Alright, good morning everybody. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. I just bonked the microphone stand with my mouse. I am very skilled. Happy Sunday. Hope everybody's doing well. So I tried to do some off-camera work on the Ashland Pacific, as the stream title and opening screen mentioned. And I was getting like 30 frames a second just running a single train. So today we're back on the Central Atlantic Union. And yeah, get to see our good old friend Saskatoon today. Technically it's good afternoon in Oregon. Technically, but like 3 minutes ago it was morning. I am mourning the loss of the AM. There, that counts. Badum-tis. It's such a bad joke, but it works, so ha. If shipping works tomorrow, would I watch the build stream? Probably not. Because this next week I'm going to be spending a lot of time doing other things outside of, like, YouTube. And the community and whatnot, because I do need a small break. So tomorrow I will probably be working on playing Splatoon or something. You are going to Twitch? Hey, Twitch's discovery features are way better than YouTube's. At least when it comes down to live streams. So we actually have a train prepared for us already. We're ready to roll today. As soon as we get linked up to those hoppers over there, we'll just be able to hit the road. And, yeah. Howdy, Johnny. Welcome to the stream. Understandable, taking breaks is important. Yeah, it really is. You don't want to burn out or anything. I will still be doing a stream this next Sunday, so don't worry about that. We will still have something. I just won't be spending spending a lot of time working on a massive video project again. Anybody want to place bets on how long the stream is gonna be? How did the Saturday coal session go? I'm not really on the coal sessions very often. I just don't join because I spend my time. Saturday is my day off. It seems like yesterday's session, though, was a little smaller than usual. Or shorter. Actually, both. Which is a bit of a shame, but oh well, not much you can do. Alright, and our train is ready. Oh wait, no it's not. I have to go throw a switch real quick. Hold on. I'll bet $30 on that. Alright, time to make the stream 2 hours long, just to spite you. Actually, no, we'll end it right now. Make it even faster. We'll speed run the stream. Speed run onto the end credits. Railroads Online, any percent speed run. Oh, I forgot to turn on the headlight. Hold on. There we go. Presto. Who's waiting for fixes to occur? We all are. They really have to fix the EBT hoppers. It's such a critical bug. Why haven't they done anything about it yet? It's been like a week. And I know like a week isn't a very long amount of time in the grand scheme of things, but when you're working with a bug that is this important to the game, seems kind of weird. By your record of derailing things, that speedrun is gonna end up at the bottom of the canyon. What's wrong with the EBT hopper? You will see in a moment here. There's one on this railroad. And it's up on a small siding that'll be to our right in a second here. Because there's one massive problem that makes them completely worthless. At least for the time being. There it is. Do you see the problem? Because I do. That's the problem with the East Broad Top hoppers right now. They clip into the ground and they are completely unusable. Which really sucks because I released a map all about running coal. And of course, those hoppers are best at running coal. And of course, those hoppers don't work. At least not on the latest beta branch. Fortunately, there are no EBT hoppers on this world that are used in regular service. The only hoppers on this railroad that are used in regular service are on this train right now. I have my reasons why the only bit of new rolling stock I have is the stock car. Honestly, I really like all the rolling stock. Because the EBT hoppers provide a more interesting ratio of how much iron ore you move. Stock cars are just a cool new way to have box cars, especially for decoration. The coffin tankers are easier to spot and load. And the skeleton cars, while harder to spot and load, are cheaper than their flat car counterparts, making them great in the early game. Could be worse, it could be affecting every car in the game. It was kind of affecting every car in the game, Johnny. With the update, you know, how the cars got stuck in the ground originally, but at least you can re-rail them. And then they would be fixed. With the EBT hoppers, you re-rail them and they decide to sink 5 feet back into the ground, like the gremlins they are. I want a new tier 2 flat car just for looks, just like the stock cars. Man, that'd be... I wish. I so wish. Because adding visual variety on one of the most common load types in the game would be very much appreciated. Then again, there's a long list of things that would make this game nicer, and a short list of things that they will probably add soon, because it is a lot of work to add some of the ideas we all have. Not all of them, but some of them. If they had cows, I want them to load/unload like that one Lionel accessory from the 50s. New tree model would be nice. What would be nice is if they were... Because they already have a new tree model. They have that birch tree that they used in Autumn. Like... Why can't we have a version of the tree map which has splatters of multiple tree types? Okay, we might be getting a little too fast on this downhill. I do not want a full send and derail. Our train is still intact. We're safe. We're good. They could add reefers where the guy violently throws the milk out of the car. What video is that link to the coal map on? What do you mean? Yeet to the milk cans. Blood for the blood gods. Download link. You can just go to trains.starhave.link. That'll send you to the custom maps page, and it's called Mountaineer Cold Country, not Cold Country. Like, I keep all of my downloads on trains.starhave.link. Alright, first stop on our trip is the iron mine. In all seriousness, what I really want is mail and cars and passenger cars. Just that would add so much diversity to what you run. Personally, I feel like if we're looking for cargo types, I'm not sure it would be really worth it. But if it's like a standalone car, sure. But if it's cargo types, I'd rather just have something a little more interesting and diverse. New industry chain or something, you know? Don't mind the fact that this town got like 2 seconds of warning. Currently trying out watching the stream on the smart TV while simultaneously chatting on my phone. Chaos. Chaos. Stream looks great on the TV. That's good. I would hope it would look good, because I am streaming in 2K. Oh, right. I forgot to delete a telegraph office. Let me do that. And for the court record, once we reach this little waterfall place, right around here, half expect the train to derail. I'm not entirely sure it will, but if it's ever going to derail, this is the place it will do so. Anyways, we got a switch to throw. Alright, it smells like Kenosha queued up. Oh god. The train's gonna go flying. Because last night I ran a passenger service all the way out to the oil field. And the train binned it at that exact moment. Jumped the tracks. And I'm pretty certain the reason it did so was because I forgot to delete a second spline that was overlapping. Because I did a tiny bit of spline reduction on the world off camera. But it might have been something else, and we're gonna find out together, folks. We're gonna destroy the train. All ahead, Speedy. I learned my lesson last stream. We are not going full speed again. I'm not derailing at the end of a 5-hour stream. At least not intentionally. What's the background hum? That might be my computer getting picked up by my microphone. Considering I just joined in, chaos might be added. Welcome, Dak. Welcome, welcome. If you want to work on a straightforward job, up at the northernmost telegraph office, we have the passenger train. It needs to be turned around. Take the Glenbrook and just do the regular passenger run if you want. WWF was running a train through Whitefield when suddenly a broken rail dumped the 8 and a few cars. The railroad promptly ceased operation. The cars were eventually removed when the railroad was ripped up, but they left number 8. A couple of years later, World War II broke out. Scrap was in high demand. RIP. Why are the lights on the loco mismatched? Because it's funny and makes people annoyed. You're aggravating my OCD. You know what else makes chat annoyed? Letting your fire go down. If somebody didn't mention the fire was going down, I was gonna do it because I did notice. Glenbrook is raspberry? Yes. Yes. Oh wait, no. No. Strawberry. Raspberry is the Mosca. You're looking for number 15. Alright. Time to hit the brakes. I hope your heater is broken and cold this winter just like that there firebox. Oh, don't worry. We don't use heating in this household. My computer does the work for me. Is the dev tool to spawn free freight anywhere still in the game? No. That was removed a few updates ago. Caught me just in time. Don't want to waste water in the Mosca. That would cost the company money. What about the buying rolling stock for free? That's still in the game. That glitch, that's really hard. I think that might be really hard for them to patch. And, like, it's not exactly the easiest glitch to do in the world. And some people are gonna want to cheat in things anyways, so, like, what's the point in trying to stop them, you know? Unpin. Handbrake. I need to make 7K before they figure it out. I mean, they're probably not going to figure it out for a while. Besides, there's always Railroad Studio and Railroads Online Extended. And, like, if you just want to cheat money, just use those. It's easier. Why go through all the trouble of the glitch when save editors exist anyways? Exactly! How do I cheat money in Railroad Studio then? You just go into Studio, upload your save, go to the Players tab, adjust how much money you have, hit the green download arrow, hit the yellow download arrow to download the save, and put it back in the game. My dogs hear your voice on the TV and are barking at it. Hello, puppers. How's it going? What's the limit on the amount of money? Good question. I believe it's $256,000, something like that. I could be wrong. I do not know. I've never tested, but I'm pretty certain that's the limit on experience. So. Unintended consequences of easier viewing. See, guys, the firebox never went out. Never any issues. I wonder how many people are just terrified. On an unrelated note, I'm still relatively new to the game. Anyone else despise the smelter? Oh, trust me, everybody does. It takes so much cordwood, man. We're actually at the smelter right now. This is a modded map, but... we're stopping off here because we needed to drop off some iron ore. And we're picking up the empty cordwood flats while we're at it. And we're heading on down, probably to meet Dak along the way, actually. Cordwood, I'm talking building a route that doesn't frustrate me endlessly. Cordwood is the frustrating bit to me, because I've gone down to that valley so many times that I'm used to it nowadays, but I do get that. When you're a new player, it's really hard to get into the valley while making it look good. Hello, Naval. Welcome to the stream. Currently, we're just running number 23 over on down to, I believe, this is going, what? Trying to remember what the two names of the towns are. We're heading to the northern town of the two right now. We're going to hold there, and we're going to meet Dak along the way. Oh, we're going down to the Smelter Valley right now, by the way. This is, again, on a modded map, so it doesn't have the smelter anymore, but... we are headed in that general direction. Maybe I'm being obsessive, but I just despise running curves any sharper than like 80 meters. That's difficult to maintain when getting down there. I've been able to do it with 70 meters at a 2%. In fact, this route is 70 meters at 2%. Running trains at night is a game of, do I have all my cars with me? Fortunately, with the new update and the brighter marker lights, it's a lot easier to play that game. Because you can see the caboose and be like, yes, I do. I do have all my cars. Unless you don't use the caboose. Well, if you're not using the caboose, you're honestly doing yourself a bit of a disservice, I won't lie. Makes your job easier, but the fact is, this game is about rail fanning. Like, I feel like a lot of people forget that and always go for, like, the most optimal plays and the most optimal ways. Like, dude, we're also here just to run trains in a fun and interesting way. Don't forget that. Did I ever run a line along the ravine north of the sawmill, your route to the coal mine? Are you talking about this ravine that we're passing right now? Because we are over here. Apparently the TV is 15 seconds behind the phone. Oof. 11,000 pounds of extra weight on the end of a train makes a big difference when you've got a Eureka slash Glenbrook slash 10 mile. If it's making that much of a difference, you either laid your tracks poorly or you're running too heavy of a train, in my opinion. No caboose, no caboose starts foaming. Hello, Wes. Welcome to the stream. Oh god, we're fouling that switch. This train is, like, gonna barely fit on this siding. Alright, how's it looking back there? Are we still fouling the switch? Oh god, we are. Is this track really barely too long to fit an 8-car train with a locomotive on it? No. Well, I guess we'll just have to do a saw-by then, because Dak's gonna be running a shorter train. Is that a saw-by? I don't remember what it exactly is. Uh-oh, looks like the railroad has a flaw in its design. I mean, it's just a random meat point in the middle of nowhere. I can rebuild it. Isn't there a passenger train running? If they're coming up behind you, that might end up with the Casey Jones incident. Nah, passenger train is approaching from the opposite direction, and it is supposed to hold... It's supposed to stop at the station, but it looks like... Dak, you're still doing switching maneuvers down there. Is it clear for me to descend the mountain first, or are you almost done and I should hold here? Give Dak a slow order as he approaches the meeting point. Well, again, I don't know if Dak is, like, switching, or if he's already on the main right now. Fact is, though, Dak will have to stop at this station anyways, because the passenger train always stops at the red stations. So... I'm gonna check the extended map real quick, because it sounds like Dak is still shunting. Okay, still swapping the baggage car, then number 23 is not gonna wait. I will slow down before I come into town, but Number 23 hitting the descent to the oil field. Would you consider a hot dog a sandwich? Not really. If you have a bun, maybe, but even then, like, the bun is one piece of bread, not two, so. But a hot dog on its own? It's just a hot dog. But. How would that be a sandwich? Alright, so we're about to hit that derail point, by the way, folks. Small reminder. Just took a screenshot. Alright, well, we didn't derail. So, all is well in the world. Cereal is a salad. I do not want to imagine somebody eating their Fruit Loops slathered in ranch dressing. That is a horrible mental image, and I hate that it is in my head. Can you floor it now since you're past the derail point? I would rather keep my sanity. I don't want to derail. And I know that flooring it can definitely do that, so... Hello, Dak. But speed and power, yeah, I don't want to have to pick up all the cars. Because when we ended last stream, there's a reason I was a little bit frustrated and miffed about it. Because, like, I had to clean up that 10-car derailment that was all over the canyon, off stream. And, that is not fun to do. It's alright when it's like 1 or 2 cars, but when you're going downhill, you're gonna get a lot more than 1 to 2 cars. Oh, you know what? I can actually get out of your hair real quick. Can't I? Yes, I can. Okay. Hello, Glenbrook. A Hot Pocket is a burrito. I've never had Hot Pockets, so I cannot confirm or deny. Hot Pockets are amazing. The main reason we don't have them is because my family does not like Nestle. Mostly because of their BS with, like, the nurturing formula that they sell to third world countries. So we once were gonna try Hot Pockets, but then we saw, oh, Nestle. I've only had Hot Pockets a couple of times, but they sound like the ultimate easy dinner night. See, what I usually have for easy dinners is I make myself nachos or, like, mac and cheese, you know? Give myself a microwavable pizza. Give myself an MRE, baby. I've never actually gotten an MRE. I am very tempted to get an MRE, but I haven't actually done it yet. I'm not actually sure if this train will fit. This train is definitely not gonna fit. RIP. You can make your own Hot Pockets relatively easily. It's just a pre-packaged calzone. Exactly. I've only recently learned what a calzone is. I'm still not entirely sure, but it looks good and I kind of want to try it. Here's the real question. Which track piece do you use as a placeholder when building? I don't use placeholders. Unless you're talking about, like, placeholders to link to. In which case, it depends on what kind of maneuver I'm trying to do. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's a pizza, but omeletified. Pizza Tower. That's the only place I know about calzones from. Just Pizza Tower. Okay, that's the farthest we're getting with this locomotive. Please tell me that's far enough that we can load this other car. It is not. As someone from the Midwest, you can definitely park a Boeing 737 in a Walmart parking lot. Y'all Americans really love your airport-sized parking lots. No, but the car manufacturers do, and they spend a lot of money on it, so... lobbying to try and make sure that public transit doesn't exist. Fortunately, I live in a city with a good amount of public transit. At least, relatively good, compared to, like, the US's very low standards, but... We don't have airport-sized parking lots in tiny towns like mine, mostly because we have, like, one big chain business. And also the town's small enough that you probably don't have as many people going there. Here in Germany, we just have a somewhat functional train system. uh, I've heard about the DB delays. And it's really funny. Because one of my friends was talking about, like, why do people complain about America having bad rail transit? We have the largest amount of tracks in the entire world. And I had to explain to them how Germany was better, even though it was kind of one of the lower standards for the high standards. That was fun. That was great. Alright, Dak, number 23 is holding short, waiting for you to clear the route. I guess you gotta stop at the station first, but... Don't forget Japan, they'll castrate you for running a few seconds late. Our trains get delayed every half an hour, but we still have a better rail system than the US. Exactly. One of the fun pointers I had for that friend was talking about the Acellas, which are our current form of high-speed rail. It's not our only form of high-speed rail. There are a couple of projects. There's Brightline West, Brightline East, California HSR. But the current trains we have, the Acela Expresses, they only have a top speed of 150 miles an hour. And in service, they only barely reach that top speed. We got those trains, like generally they go for like 125 miles an hour, right? Well, that was considered high speed back in the 1960s when Japan first introduced the Shinkansen. We got those in the 2000s. If that's not a good frame of reference of how behind the times we are with our passenger rail network, I don't know what is. Can you join VC? My laptop doesn't want to stay live. I guess I can. Hold on. Going to deafen myself like I always do, though. Class 1 Railroad said they weren't doing passengers anymore, and the government was like, well, we need something, and then proceeded to do not much else. Well, at least the government did create Amtrak, and Amtrak has really helped small communities along major rail lines. Its server may not be the best, but... or services may not be the best, but... Wrong channel. Dak, I was taking a second to double check everything and make sure that it was working fine on Discord before I joined. if you're ready to roll, then first, actually, every station along the route you should be set to. There's only like 2 I need to double check real quick. That one's good. That one's good. Yep, you're ready to roll the whole way. Just remember to stop at the stations along your route. Amtrak doesn't seem to care about small communities that much. They cut off my town in 1997. Well, I'm thinking like towns in states that are less populous, you know? Looking at like Montana, North Dakota, that sort of stuff. The states where basically it is a lifeline in a way for transportation at a moderately affordable rate. $10 per car per stop, or $10 per car for the whole run. We're not really keeping track of money on passenger trains anymore because we're not buying anything, so. One big issue with US rail in general is that we don't have enough regulation anymore. Yeah. Cough, cough. Norfolk Southern, cough. Cough, cough. East Palestine, cough, cough. Sir, have you ever considered building a dedicated passenger line on the west side of this map with towns placed in the morning scenic places? West side of this map is the left side, I hope you realize, not the right, because building a dedicated like passenger line on the left side of the map isn't going to achieve much of anything. Hello, Dak. The fire is about to die. Oh, I know. I know. That's the point. Oh, this is a good screenshot. I'm gonna turn off the headlight real quick, and then I'm gonna... You see the boxcar door is open, for one reason or another. Any progress this week on No Home for a Hero? Did I mention the progress I made last stream? Because this last week, I focused on, playing Splatoon. Hey, look, we have 104 water temperature. We're gonna still make boiler pressure. Let's go. But did I mention what I did with No Home for a Hero last week or not? I don't remember. Because I started on Chapter 3. But the problem is, I wrote a good start... but I started stumbling around halfway through and I couldn't figure out how to continue it. And this last week I've been focusing on playing Splatoon because there was a major update to the game. And I spent 12 hours trying to get a single golden badge. I did it. It's my 5th golden badge of this type. This lag is getting ridiculous on my end. Oof. Rip. It might be because the TV's trying to load everything in 2K resolution. Railroads Online, where people yell at you to put the coal in the hole. Alright, and we are cleared into the yard. Steam engines can have a little coal as a treat. The TV is 23 seconds behind the phone now, jeez. The TV is very unhappy. Oh yeah, for the court record, this is the most drastic change to the rail network. I moved the engine shed, I moved the turntable, I removed the Y. I think it looks a lot nicer now. Also, it just uses less splines. I removed like 20 splines off stream. Don't worry, I drive people nuts because I always keep my locos tender at 1,500 water. See, the thing is, if people didn't complain, I wouldn't do it. If people just accepted their fate and said, okay, well, I guess this is happening now, I wouldn't let the fire run out. But in my experience in multiplayer, I've had so many people jump in my engine, check my fire for me, and fill it when I was just trying to let it cool down by like 100 or 200 degrees. And so now instead of letting it cool down to like 200, I now let it cool down to 0 just to make people even more uncomfortable. Unpin. Handbrake on. I can only do for a beer for a little bit, but since I'm going to be leaving later. But I might be back. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream, even if only for a moment. If we want an interesting conversations topic for today, have any of you guys been getting a bunch of ads for a small, little, quote-unquote, a small, tiny application called Temu, or Temu? Oh, God. I am going to take that as a yes. I have YouTube Premium, so I never see ads on YouTube. Nice. Nice. Slightly jealous there. I'm surprised most of you haven't seen it. I am glad most of you haven't seen it. I hope I just gave my passengers whiplash, made an emergency stop, but we did stop at the station. Oh, this is the 1800s. Whiplash isn't our problem. That's for the passengers to deal with outside of this. It's some German-based online shopping app. It's like 80% of the ads I've seen when using mobile. It's Chinese, not German. And yes, it is an online shopping app which is partially scammy, surprisingly legitimate for what it is. But the products they sell are surprisingly legitimate. But the thing is, their tactics for luring in new customers is extremely scummy and scammy. And there are some questions about whether or not they're selling your data a lot. It's great. It's grandiose. Computer question. I have files that refuse to delete. I delete them, reload, and they're back. Any clue what might be up? What file type, what kind of files are they? Because if this is a file that a document, like a program needs to operate, it might be remaking the file. Microsoft Word files. Interesting. I have no clue. I do not do Microsoft Word. $7 Nintendo Switch! Except you have to get like 50 people to join the application through your referral link. And only then will it be $7. It's so stupid. But it is a $7 Nintendo Switch. They are not scamming you on that front. They're just scamming you on the fact that you have to spend like 3 hours in their application. And then you have to get a bunch of referral links. Oh, really? That's what they do? I didn't look into it at all. I recently started looking into it, and like watching videos, looking up articles. And the reason I did so was because some of my friends, one of my friends was like, dude, this is 100% a scam, and another person's like, really? It looks legit to me. And I'm like, and both of us are like, dude, have you never taken a single internet safety course? And we spent like an hour actually researching it and making sure to actually give him reasonable points rather than just saying speculation. Like pure wild speculation, you know? So. Cue Michael Jordan saying, "Stop it. Get some help. Why do we still have the hopper attached? I thought I unlinked that, but apparently I didn't. It's one of these days." But yeah, we like tore them apart a little bit, citing videos. Not our friend, just their perception, and like gave them some better internet safety metrics. Remember one time I fell for a scam. I was young and dumb, and it seems obvious in hindsight. $60 for a $600 Lego set. I don't think I've ever fell for a scam. I could be wrong, but I don't remember any time where I have. I wouldn't be surprised if some of my parents did, though, because I remember very clearly. I don't know why I'm remembering this story. But I'm just remembering one time where my laptop got stolen and a couple of other things got stolen. But as soon as the laptop, because like our entire family left for the day. And as soon as we got home, my laptop wasn't where it was, and I immediately knew the house had been broken into, just because of that. Because why else would the laptop be gone, you know? Because, like, my father and sister had left to do the thing before my mother and I did. Then we left, caught up with them, and then we came home before they did. So nobody else should have been home after I had put away my laptop. And so the fact that it was gone was like, yeah, this is obviously stolen. And my mom's like, well, maybe your father moved it. I know that's not a scam, but I just remember it, and it makes me think that maybe somebody in the family has fallen for scams before. Because the only way she believed that it had actually been stolen was when she realized that her credit cards were missing. Which took her half an hour, even though her wallet was sitting on her chair and missing literally all her credit cards and debit cards and all that. It was... I don't know why I remember that story so vividly, but I do. I'm still salty about it. Hopefully gullibility isn't hereditary. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to be. Though impulse buying things definitely is true, because again, as I said in the video from today, the channel update video, I am planning on getting an RTX 4070. Which is not going to be cheap, but it's going to be fun. Can confirm it is, and my parents believe everything they read on Facebook. I don't use Facebook. Uh, I don't have Facebook anymore. Did I tell the story about how my Facebook account got deleted? I don't remember if I did. Um, I don't remember if I've told the story about why I distrust Facebook in the first place. Like the personal story, aside from like, oh, here's all these news articles of doom and gloom. Alright, should we take out the Mosca or should we stick with that Saskatoon, chat? What do you want? What do you feel like? Woo, buy a gaming rig to play funny train game. Exactly. Because you kinda need one. Because I'm only getting 50 frames a second or 40 frames a second or something like that. Right now. Mosca, whichever is the faster of the two. I guess we'll go with Mosca then. Oh, come on, I didn't stand on that. Fun note, if an old fart starts ranting about how they are the greatest generation, just say, yeah, you're also the generation that falls for our completely obvious scams. Trust me, I've said that a time or two. Alright, more votes for Mosca. So, we're putting away Saskatoon for the day. At least for now. Maybe we'll pull her out later. God, the Cook consolidation, or mogul, is so much bigger than the Mosca. Holy cow. Look at those boilers. Side by side. It's tiny. This feels like a Montezuma. Alright, I'm gonna hop ahead over to here for a moment. Because before we run amok and run our train, we need to do a small shunt job. Little baby Musk is like a wooden train next to the Cook. The Cook 260 is big. Discovered that back when it was the next logical upgrade from the Eureka. Yeah, it's huge. It's great. I love it. Mosca 1872, Mogul 1883. Brakes. Brakes. I think those are the only brakes. And then we have the boxcar. Is this thing loaded? It is. Oh my god, what happened to the text? I know the text on cars is messed up, but wow. The text on this bad boy is, not happy today. Jesus. I love tracks on cliff faces, don't love building them. You get used to it. Takes a little bit of trial and error. Definitely worth the effort. I was gonna point out the text on the flatbeds, but that boxcar is something else. Yes, it's so bad on that boxcar. Fortunately, the engine here is okay. Hash brown is acceptable. Since we had drunk Luna on Friday, should we have drunk Dak today? God. That's up to you, Dak, but I'm planning on not derailing. Also, Luna was just naturally drunk when we started the session. Like... The one shot per derail thing sort of came up mid-session after Luna was already buzzed. Hopefully that was a good episode, though. Hopefully that was funny. Because that was an uncut episode. I thought it was longer than it actually was. I thought it was 3 hours rather than 2 when we were recording, but... Just hope that Stir doesn't have any other messed up sections of track. Hash Brown and Tater Tot are both fun names for your porters. What gave you the idea for that? When it comes down to naming engines, usually what I do is just say, alright, here's some random inanimate object, or maybe some random animate object. Let's go grab a bunch of different names for different ways that it exists, like different breeds of ducks, different ways to cook up a potato, different locations in a city. Hash Brown and Tater Tot, when we were first playing on this world originally, some people were like, hey, is there anything I can buy with my starting money? And I'm like, yeah, you can buy some porters. We need 2 of them. And so one person bought their porter and named it Tater Tot. And the other person, when preparing to buy their porter, was like, you know what, that's a good name. I'm going to go with Hash Brown. I like that. There's 2 ways to smoke a fish, with a grill or with an FN 5.7. You know what? I'm gonna leave these steak flats right here. It's also funny because the Porter 2s are kind of potato engines anyways. Another reason it's so fitting for them, though, is because it's just cute little names for cute little engines. And so while I could change the name eventually, I just haven't bothered to. I might change their numbers, because being 7 and 57 is a little bit random, but whatever. Now then, back to the Mosca. Here, I'll grab 5 logs just so you guys don't get pissed about the fire all that fast. Perfect, okay. Now then, Raspberry, it's your time to shine, baby. If you want a piece of OCD, John Raridson's head is sticking through the roof over there. Alright, parked. The intersecting stoppers are mildly irritating, and I don't know why. I think part of the reason is because the stone wall intersecting the rail just looks bad. I won't lie, I don't like the way that looks, but I don't know how else to make this. I mean, I could do the new bumper technique, which is using a regular piece of rail, but then you have this situation where a bit of the groundwork is clipping into the turntable, and that looks bad. It's a mess. Come on, where's the hitbox? Oh my god, let me in. John Raritzson is a giant for the 1890s, though. Yeah, that is very true. Still really funny seeing his head clipping through the roof. Donk. Oh, we can probably throw the switch underneath that. It'll be safe. Mostly. A calming vote. A calming, reassuring vote of confidence. Can I get in the frickin' engine? Thank you, game. Why do they make the hitboxes so hard? Also, I just realized I forgot to throw the switch. Hello, Ark. Welcome to the stream. Did you make your own track to the other places? Yes, I did. This world is complete. Everything is linked up. All we're really doing is having fun running trains. It's so hard to see. I would complain about the fact that I'm switching in the dark, except I wasn't switching in the dark a little bit ago, so like... I don't know. Will you upload the whole map? No, because it's already uploaded. It's been uploaded for like a month now. This version, the latest version isn't uploaded. I'm not going to ever upload the latest version. This is my map. This is my version of it, but there are multiple maps on the website of completed versions of a save. About to make it more fun with Dak drinking anytime a train derails. Well, hopefully you don't derail, because I know I'm not gonna. Not without industrial sabotage. What's the site again? There's literally a link to it in the description. Story about a boxcar that was literally lost for 15 months. Starting in 1907, the car belonged to the Union Pacific and was in the care of the Northern Pacific when a flood, ellipses. Alright, did I put a Lincoln pin up here? I don't think I did. Lincoln pin. Alright, we're linked. Where a flood in Kansas City swept a large number of cars into the Missouri River. Over that period, the two railroads sent back and forth increasingly biting and sarcastic letters about the competency of ellipses. Hello, George. Hello. What time is it for me? It's around 1:30 in the afternoon. Have we bonked yet? Yes, we have. The competency of the other line's car tracers, so much so that the letters stacks reached from floor to ceiling. Eventually, the lost car is found in a farmer's field. 15 months later, repainted with a ... Alright. Number 30, leaving the oil field, highballing all the way. Heading to the smelter. Oop. That's the inside of a building, and even more oop. That is the wrong leg of the track to go down. I don't want to go that way. Repainted with a patent medicine advertisement and being used as a stable for his mare. The Northern Pacific removed the boxcar from the field, repainted it, and returned it to the Union Pacific. It's kind of impressive that it just wound up there. But what about the mayor? The mayor was repainted too. Don't worry. Once we're clear of this switch, donk. Set it correctly this time. Have you seen my sawmill design in Discord and screenshots? Yes. Again, I frequently check the Discord server. I usually see things, and if I don't respond, I've probably seen it and I just don't have anything to say. Raspberry. He stalks us from the shadows. Yes, as the server owner, I lurk. I kind of mean, does it look good? Again, if I don't comment, that means I don't have anything to say. Crossing the bridge. Did I catch the end of the story? Did I not read it? Like, read it aloud? Because, yes, I did. Just got an HO scale model of the Illinois Central 382. Turns out it is absolutely tiny. I do not know that one by heart. So, oh, but speaking of model rareting, so, you know how I mentioned in today's video how I am going to be getting a RTX 4070 soon, and I might be getting a Minecraft server up and running. I still might have the money left over after all that to set up a, micro model railroad. I had a donation goal on the site for a little bit. I took it down eventually, but basically I wanted to build a Z-gauge micro layout that fit in like 5 by 7 inches. So we might have a little bit of fun building a micro layout soon. Why don't you complete Lunar Ridge? I already did, twice. There's literally 2 playthroughs on the website that are Lunar Ridge, and one of them is this one. Will the Minecraft be cracked? Cracked as in, like, illegally available? Because, no? 382 is the engine that killed Casey Jones. Ah! That explains a lot. Minecraft server is only going to be for, like, paid subscribers or YouTube members. I don't want... And if somebody's paying me but not Minecraft, there's a big problem. It'd be cool if I had a model train set, but it would be expensive and needs effort to complete. I mean, I've done the calculations. It's probably going to be around $100 to $150 to build that micro model railroad I was talking about. Why Z-scale? I can't donate to having made custom made rolling stock if they are Z-scale. Because Z-gauge can fit in 5 by 7 inches. I've already got all the N-scale equipment I need to make a micro layout. I actually have an N-scale micro layout that's like a work in progress. It is 18 by 30 inches. And track layout is done. Train is done. Base is done. We need to work on the wiring. We're going to have a built-in controller in the module. And after that's done, it's free sailing. All we have to do is decorate the thing. Maybe that's something I should record for the channel. Just do a small video showcasing the micro layout and talking about progress, or maybe even showing progress as I decorate it. Is a reason I stick with HO. I do love classic post-war / pre-war Lionel, though. We do have a little bit of O-gauge. It's not a lot, but there is a classic USRA 060. I believe, maybe it's not USRA. Maybe I'm being stupid there, but one of those classic 060s with a chonky tender that looks like it was designed for a massive mainline engine, but it's on a tiny little switcher. We've got ourselves a bobber caboose and a couple of freight cars. And what was I gonna say about all that jazz? Right, we have that displayed on our front windowsill. At least the engine and the bobber caboose are displayed. I don't think we have a box car up there yet. We definitely need to do that eventually, because it's going to look so good when we have that. But yeah, no, we have a micro layout that's pretty tiny, that is still a bit of a work in progress, but it's coming along nicely. And maybe I have to do a video on it. Might use the CA&U Ironworks location on this map. It's a good location, the only problem is it's on a grade. So it's kind of hard to make the building look good. It's also hard to actually build good tracks there too, so... Also, it's more of the Lunar Ridge Ironworks location rather than the CA&U one. Tin plate O-scale is fun, but extraordinarily expensive. Yeah... I'll just spend my money on my computer parts. I'll keep it to that RTX 4070 and call it a day. I just decided to glance at YouTube on my phone to see if there was anything I needed to check, and immediately I was bombarded with an advertisement, and you'll never guess what kind of advertisement it was for. That's right, it was for a $7 Nintendo Switch from Temu. My biggest locomotive is the PRS one. Heck yeah, I didn't say it, but when you said 40-inch radius, that was the engine that I guessed. Because I know the S1 is stupid big, and like, because of it's a 6446, isn't it? That's the original, like, the one before the T ones, right? And the MTH model is still massive. Hey Smokey, welcome to the stream. Currently we're just running a small mixed freight up the mountain. Heading over to the ironworks. I can't imagine having the space necessary for something of that size. Yeah, it's insane. I love it. It's so stupid. She's gorgeous, though. Yeah, absolutely. I may be able to mock her for her horrible turning ability, but beautiful engine. Stunning engine. Love the way she looks. I think I slightly prefer the T1s over her, but Welcome back, Waffle. A shame she didn't stick around. It's a shame that a lot of the team ones didn't stick around either. Like, it's just a shame that history did not favor some people. I see why USA model railroad layouts are a lot bigger than the ones here in the UK. Oh, it's also that we here in the American dream, you want a big-ass basement, and with that basement, you're gonna be like, hey, model train time, screw you guys. How many derailments? We're currently at 0. I think. Unless Dak has somehow derailed along the way. Just question the use of the T1. Where are they going to run it? Back in the day, it wasn't a lot of lines. Mainline passenger service. High-speed passenger service. That was where it was used. Fun fact, when my father was looking for a new house, his top priority was the basement. Number 1. Like, really, we could live in 800 square feet just fine. But he wanted a basement that was, like, that size, just so we could have a train layout. And when he finally found the house, we got super lucky with it. The prices for houses here in Portland, Oregon aren't exactly the best, but he found one that was at a moderate price, and it had this gorgeous basement. And as he's looking around, he finds a hole in the wall. A hole that happens to be very square. And a hole which happens to be the perfect size for a double-track HO scale main line. And continues looking around, and eventually he starts to notice more signs that there was absolutely a model railroad down here. Because there wasn't just one of those holes, there were 2 of them. One of them was boarded up, but you could still clearly see it, and it was around the same size as the other. And in some places in the basement, there are what was it? A little bit of paint. Light blue paint around where a backdrop would begin, and dark brown around where the ground would. And, of course, he puts 2 and 2 together, because he's looking for the perfect basement, and it just so happens that this is the perfect basement. And it seems that somebody had already found it and used it before him. So when he was commenting about, he sent them, the people selling the house, a letter, and talked a little bit, mostly about like how he would really love this kind of house, but he mentioned the train layout in passing, and apparently the house sold that instant. You think they're going to allow her to run at 140 miles an hour? Dak, the track of the US isn't up to those speed standards. Well, you could maybe run it 140 miles an hour on, like, the Acela trackage, you know? Oh, he is very much fouling the main. And I know there's cars on the left-hand track, so I'm going to have to wait here. Anyways, because of that house, or because of the comments about the train layout, we got the house almost immediately, and it sounds like there are more potential buyers, but there was a guy who lived in the house 15 years before us. And that guy, he had a massive train layout. And so they're like, well, from one model railroader to another, his current family. And the train layout had been gone for years, but still a nice way for them to pay a little homage to the old man who was gone from their family. And what was the other thing? Right. We moved into the house February 15th, 2020. You know what very major and very problematic historical event that kind of skyrocketed the price of housing that happened like a month later? Did anybody remember that? We were very lucky to have picked it up at the time we did. Give him the Casey Jones and plow through his caboose. Give him the Casey Jones. That sounds like a torture method you'd hear on like a pirate story. God, could you imagine a railroad mafia story? Is this guy gonna be sleeping with the fishes? Nah, that's for the boat mafia. We're gonna give him the Casey Jones. I need to figure out how to set up my clipping stuff on OBS, because I would totally clip that. Put him in the tender and bury him in coal. What skyrocketed the house prices over here was Airbnbs. For us, it was just there was a huge demand for people to get housing, you know, to stay inside and not to have to deal with all that BS. And all of a sudden, the prices went from like 3,000 or 305,000 up to like 600,000. So the Railroad Online map shows you doing stuff early. It predicts the future. I mean, the Railroad Online map isn't trying to render an entire video stream, so it makes sense that it would be able to better handle the ongoings. Railroads Online Extended isn't early, YouTube is late. Exactly. Because YouTube is trying to process a 1440p video live. Here in the Kansas City area, the thing pushing housing prices up are development corporations buying up houses and turning them into rental properties. That is the driving force behind basically every single thing. And I thought we learned our lesson for the 2008 housing crisis and banking crisis and all that, that maybe we shouldn't be messing around with putting a roof over people's heads. But everybody worldwide is doing it right now. Prague, for instance, like the city center is basically all tourism now because everybody else is just annoying. That happened in 2008. I don't know if that's what happened in 2008. All I know is that housing crisis happened in 2008, and I've heard a couple of people refer to it in relation to the Airbnb bullshit. Like, I can understand having rental houses out at a beach town or something, but like... Hence why I'm looking at a used single wide and not a nice 3-bed, 2-bath house. We got lucky. We have 4 beds, 1 bath. I mean, 1 bath is kind of unlucky, but it's just me and my dad, so... It ain't the end of the world. Ten Airbnbs in an obscure town of 10,000 people that nobody thinks about is a bit much? Yes. It very much is. If I'm going to Airbnb my house, I'm only going to allow model railroaders. I hate to ask, and you don't need to answer if you don't feel comfortable, what happened with your mother? I'm definitely not comfortable with telling the whole story because it's so fucking long. And it is very personal, but basically, how do I'm trying to think of how to do this without revealing so much that I reveal too much. Also, before I do that though, Dak, leaving the ironworks, hopefully either you are on a siding or you've already left the town ahead of me, I don't know which. If you're going to be parked in that town for a little bit, just make sure that I'm set to go around you rather than smash into the back of you. And if you're going to be leaving town, then don't worry, because I will probably be slow enough that I won't catch up to you. Train jousting. God. I guess the short of what happened with my mother is divorce due to misguided emotions. Server lag happening again. Alright, Dak, set me up so that I go around you then. Because I'll be able to beat you, probably. The houses near me have, like, no backyard space at all. Also, they look the exact same and are close together. Yeah, we're lucky. We actually have, like, unique houses on this street. It's full of diversity. It's a very pretty street. Even though we're like less than a block away from an extremely busy street, it's nice and quiet, and it's very forested. Alright, rolling through town. That's another good screenshot. I'm gonna have to send all these screenshots again after the stream. Bad things happen to good people. I do wonder why the server's lagging for you, Dak. That is a little concerning. Fortunately, both of my parents worked for the IRS, so I always get solid tax advice. That's good, that's good. Oh, right. Oops, I forgot about that. I'm gonna need to figure out what the heck we're doing here, because, I accidentally have combined both the empty cordwood car sets. Oh, no. Also, I am lined for the turntable? Oh, right. I took out the engine from the turntable earlier this stream. No wonder I'm lined for the turntable. That explains it. Why haven't you put your toys away yet? Oh, no, I put my toys away. I just haven't actually done my job. Because normally, one cordwood car set is supposed to be loaded and the other one's supposed to be empty, but now they're both empty and they're both over here. Oh no. Y'all need a main yard where everyone goes, and there's a class 48 as the main shunter and helps engines leave the yard. Nah. It's not what this world's about. We considered doing that, it just wasn't fun. Not in this world, at least. I've got other worlds where I plan on doing that, but I need my better graphics card before I'm going to see a performance increase, you know? The RTX 2060 is kind of limiting what I can do. Alright, handbrake. That'll hold down the train. I call dibs on that job if it happens. Well, again, one of the things I'm working towards for the channel is getting an RTX 4070. And because the other world that I'm working on, the Ashland Pacific, That's a world where I plan to do that. Small problem, that world lags a lot. Um, there's too much going on in it right now, so I cannot do that realistically. Is there a way to check my current internet bandwidth status? You can just look up like internet speed test on Google. That's a good way of doing it. Oh wait, no, I don't want to do that. But yes, I do want to do that. I was set correctly. God, Oh, I know the lag issue. It's set to Dallas. Oh, that might explain a small problem. That would explain it, Dak. I don't get why download regions matter so much to this game. It's stupid. I am the war axe, I cave in your knees, and in my spare time I chop down your trees. Mine is Seattle, correct? Yes. My region is always Seattle. It's why so many people in the community Discord say you should always set it to Seattle. Is because that's my region, and everybody's sort of just de facto gone to it, because reasons. How? I set it to Seattle Friday? I don't know, man. You tell me. Lincoln pin. Glad I'm in the Midwest. I'm equally is from everyone except Florida. I don't play with them. The trees can't be harmed. The Lorax is armed. Nah, I won't do that for this run. I'll do it for the next run. They fill the tender with Red Bull. Look, man, they're trying to make makeshift airplanes. New challenge of chat, write a horrible version of the Lorax, but dark and violent. The Lorax, but it's a Michael Bay movie. I remember a few years ago, I used to run a Discord server for a Geometry Dash creating team. Which is a very weird statement to say, but it is a part of my history. And one of the things we did to keep the server active and to keep people engaged, we wrote a high school fanfic with everybody from the server. It didn't get very far. It only got like 2 pages in. And it was really bad, But that was kind of the point. I had a coworker that drank a 2-liter of Pepsi a day. Yeesh. I can never understand how people eat that much of one specific thing. How can you be that addicted, you know? That's why I've personally never touched drugs, and even though they're legal in my state, I probably never will. Well, I like Dr. Pepper, but I'm not that addicted. Yeah, I like Sprite. I like Mug root beer. Soft drinks are fun. They're great, but also I don't drink them that religiously. A classmate who drank 40 ounces of Red Bull regularly consumes 200 milligrams of caffeine per day. Jesus. No thanks. I can't even stomach a single cup of coffee. The caffeine kills me. I only ever drink Coca-Cola if nothing good's available. I've never drank Coca-Cola. I've never drank Pepsi. Alright, hold on. I should check where the... Okay, Dak is still up on the hill. I'm not putting myself in danger by doing what I'm doing. In 10 years, her kidney and liver will hate her. I think you mean right now her kidney and liver already do. As someone from the Midwest, I have learned to adapt to the caffeine and no longer crash since it's common, but I don't drink coffee. Interesting. I just don't caffeine at all, because caffeine is bad. I know we've mentioned in a couple of streams, it causes heart issues. And, we do have a very severe heart issue that is very relevant, that is in the family, which is, my mother had open heart surgery when she was 1 year old. This was in 1962. So any heart issues in the family are to be immediately reported and figured out as soon as they possibly can be. Kidney stones, more like kidney boulders. You possibly send me a friend request on Facebook Messenger. As mentioned earlier in the stream, I do not have Facebook. I have a bit of a grudge. They deleted my account and they did several scummy things. And besides, the server is only accessible to channel members who are tier 2. Or Ko-Fi members, either one. Have you tried hooking her up to a light bulb and seeing if her energy lights it up? You just put it in somebody's mouth and it just starts glowing. The light bulb explodes. There were no capacitors. It just immediately overloaded too much energy. Given how immature the people in my science class are, I'm surprised they haven't tried that yet. Once I get an actual job, I shall join the shenanigans. That does remind me, I have been considering, kind of foolishly, but I have been considering going out of my way and trying to get an actual job. Outside of YouTube, like, just restocking vending machines, because it wouldn't make me much money, but it would make me some money, and it would allow me to do more things, you know? Only problem is, that is not a cheap plan. Also, it is a risky plan, because, you know, you have to go on Craigslist and be like, alright, here's a vending machine, here's a spot, let's try and combine the two together and get a good deal. It is not a cakewalk. Jumped out my shirt, there's a bobcat outside. Oh, kitty. Kitty's good. Now, while we are on an uphill grade, I don't want to go too fast, because this is a 30-meter radius area. Oh boy, did I hear Craigslist? You did. Because, again, that is the best place, basically the only place you can find used vending machines. Oh yeah, we removed the siding up here, by the way, because it wasn't really doing anything. We only ever send one train up this hill at a time. And so having the random siding there was not important, so I just... gone. Dead. Control-Z'd. Reduced to atoms. Reduced to no code. Holy moly, this thing rocks on that curve. What the hell? Oh my god. That was insane. Rock and roll was never like that. What did it cost? Everything. Also, my last message did not appear. Oof. Remember, if you put down any links in chat, links do not show up. YouTube actively censors them. For one reason or another. Engine, please let me in. There we go. I don't know why YouTube censors links. I guess it's because, like, they don't want people spamming links to, like, Temu or something. Well, maybe not Temu. Temu's paying them good money. Are we clear of the switch back here? Barely. I'm gonna pull it forward. Wasn't a link. Sometimes my chat will just randomly disappear for no apparent reason. It's happened before. Weird. Don't know why that is. Funky. Also, fun fact, chat, we have hit 4,700 subscribers. It's not like the biggest milestone ever, but, hooray. The buggy text on the cars is taking a toll on my OCD. Me and you, brother, me and you. I've learned to just act like the text isn't there. I'm ignoring it. Hello, Hootie. Welcome to the stream. We are currently switching in the dark. It is a little bit chaotic. Glances at the fire temperature. Oh yeah, random fun fact. The username Stir is horrible for live streams. You know how YouTube, like, highlights your name in orange? whenever somebody types it out, do you know how many times I get pinged when somebody says yesterday? Me who sprayed water into the firebox, they said I was a fireman. Oh, that's a good one. I approve. I like that one. Washing my sibling and making macaroni. I'm making macaroni and cheese, and nobody can effing stop me. Donk. How's that look? Oh, that's perfect. That is actually factually perfect. Crafter Annie's? Personally, I know this question wasn't aimed at me, but I go for Annie's or Trader Joe's. I go for the purple box of Annie's. I like white cheddar and shells. It's got the best texture to it. Everything else, the texture is kind of mediocre, and the taste is too, at least in my opinion. At least of the ones I've tried. Did you know they make mac and Cheetos? Because if you didn't know, don't learn about it. It's horrible. I had it once. Worst mistake of my life. New idea for channel merged coal hopper shaped bowls for cereal, soup, and mac and cheese. I like both. Annie's white cheddar shells are the best shells, but Kraft has the best elbows. Also, Cheetos mac and cheese looks horrible. Trust me, it very much is. Can I line this up in such a way where I don't actually have to open the firebox door? I don't think I can, and I'm not going to try. Also, I think I just derailed the tender. Yep. Not much. But that's not a full derail. I'm not counting that as a derail. We didn't actually, like, have to re-rail the locomotive or anything. Just sort of bonked itself off the tracks in a stupid way, because the game likes doing that for some reason. But yeah, no, I have had mac and Cheetos. It was, what was it? I had it with soy milk. Because, you know, my sister is lactose intolerant, which is why we have soy milk everywhere. Mac and cheese should not be either green or red, and it should absolutely not be mixed with Cheetos. Amen, brother, amen. Because, that thing, I couldn't even eat a single bite out of it. It was so bad. The texture was okay, but the, like, the execution? They were executing me! Best mac and cheese I've ever had has been at an Irish pub here in town. Yeah, locally made mac and cheese from, like, a good restaurant. That is the good stuff. There's a place called Pastini's in town, and, it's where I've got all my best mac and cheese from. Man, now I'm just getting hungry. Ugh. How dare we discuss food? You know, I'll make myself unhungry again. Remember how I mentioned that maybe we should, if Fruit Loops are considered a salad, we should add, whatever the term is. We should put a, ranch dressing on our Fruit Loops. Conroy's Public House is the name of the place, if anybody's in the Kansas City area. There is somebody, a Ko-Fi sub, who is in the Kansas City area, who might have to check it out, and might have even gone there before. I'll have to give them a shout after the stream. I didn't mean to double click on that. I was trying to look at the map. Sturgis knows where all his channel members are and will track them down if they don't pay for the membership. I know where all my subscribers live. I am going to DDoS them and force them to pay me 10 cents a month. You know, I was gonna leave these cars here and actually, like, go spot the other cars while I was waiting. I should have done that. That would have been the smart thing to do. Excuse me. Corned beef hash, steak and Guinness pie, cottage pie, buffalo chicken pizza, mac and cheese, fried pickles. They're just making me hungry. This is the reason why I haven't subscribed totally. Isn't because I need a sufficient income. Spent the last hour trying to find the exact right spot to do a temporary fill because I'm trying to make a bridge across a gap that's just a little too deep. Oh, I didn't... Oh, I did clear the switch. We're good. The best way to do that, in my opinion, is to place out the bridge as far as you can before it hits the gap. And then, from that point, place out the fill, the temporary fill for like about starting where the temporary bridge ends. It's the best way I can recommend to do it. Maybe one of my next videos has to be how to build good tracks. Has anyone here had pizza with chicken and Doritos? That sounds like the kind of abomination that we made for those nachos a couple videos back. Hello, Power Puppet. Welcome to the stream. Oh, gosh dang it. I done goofed. Sounds almost as bad as the toaster's strudel casserole. I don't want to know. I have no clue if that's gonna auto-load. I honestly doubt it will. It didn't. Great. That means I'm gonna have to come over and click on that a couple of times. A real horrific food I know of is ice water cake. What the? Well, my grandmother's recipe book says a recipe for it, and it legitimately calls for a cup of ice water. Oh, well, that's a derailment I don't think that pulling forward is gonna fix. Yep. I wasn't going that fast into the back of that train. I hate how easy it is to derail cabooses and tenders. Also, I hit the brakes on the engine. Why is this still moving? I turned on the brakes. Horizon line when you shunt into them going 1 mile an hour. Welcome back, Waffle. I've also apparently heard of fried tarantula eggs. I've actually had a chance to eat those. I didn't, but one of my parents tried it. They said it was surprisingly good. That was many years ago, though, so... Come on. Okay, good, good. Whew. That and fried wasps. Yeah, the appetizer for the tarantula thing. Cream, crackers, and cockroaches. I apologize to anyone who might have been considering consuming food while watching the live stream. That is no longer an option. The worst food I've ever seen is pureed spaghetti. Mario and Papyrus would like to know your location. I'm making food right now. Please don't bring up cursed foods. It is too late, man. Fruit Loops and barbecue sauce, baby. God, how would that even taste, actually? What would that be like? God. No. I mean, it's not the worst idea I could have come up with, but geez, I do not want to try that food. I think I got some Fruit Loops. I would do it if someone paid me $100. Horrible. Horrible. Wretched. Rocky Mountain oyster soup with Fanta. Dak, to answer your question, no, I cannot see your chats on YouTube. I don't know why. Why are we all talking about bad food? Can we talk about good food yet? Because it's funny. I mean, it's not like I have many other conversation topics right now other than rambling about, like, computer parts and potential model railroad stuff, etc., etc. I draw the line at the Rocky Mountain oysters. Well, if we ever have a big channel meetup, I know exactly what I'm going to bring. And I know what I am not going to tell anybody what it is. Okay, we don't have any handbrakes. Cars are loaded. All we need to do is get this train turned around. Dungeness crab wine? Yeah, so I just threw up. Congrats.mp4. In Walmart, there are banquet. I was going to say banquet, and I'm like, no, that's not it. And I swear on Stir's ability to keep a train on the rails. So, you mean not very good because we've derailed like 50 times? Not on this stream, fortunately. This stream has been good. We have yet to die. Stir, when you gonna derail something? Ops, I said the word. We already derailed something this stream. Only one thing so far. Hootie, you missed out on a previous stream where I derailed 12 times. So far, we're 3 hours in and we've only had one derailment, and I can blame it on the game rather than me for once. But if you want to see the 12 derailment stream, there is a stream highlights available. It is, I believe it is the video that starts off with like $5,375 in debt. Like the title of the video starts with that. And legitimately, in that, I counted out individually every time I derailed in the 6-hour-long stream, and there were 12 derailments. I haven't started work on the second episode of that, because, you know, it's a two-parter. We did the second stream, we completed the playthrough. I would probably drag a boxcar full of sandwiches with me, too. For 3 years, I was forced to eat banquet frozen dinners, and because of that, I figured out how to make them actually edible. Pro tip, don't follow the instructions, you'll just end up with a plate of cardboard. No, that's a vibe, but now scale it up to 15-inch gauge and run a seamage into the meat. If we're gonna actually try and do a meet, it would have to be in Garibaldi, Oregon, or Rockaway Beach. One of the two. Then you just have to charter a train with the Oregon Coast Scenic, and have them pull up with like a reefer filled to the brim with snacks. Alternatively, the Oregon Rail Heritage Foundation could be fun. Just get behind the Shea, right out to Oaks Park. Well, that would be a little bit difficult in our current situation, with me being barely able to afford a 4070. Oh my god, how shaky is this frickin' train? Holy cow. I would go to RHF again if only to see 40 for 49 one more time. Honestly, I could go out to Garibaldi for a day. I could plan to do that by the end of summer, because, it sounds like they are running weekend excursion trains out there with Shays. And so we can sit back, relax, and enjoy the ocean views aboard a nice piece of history. Musk does not like these curves. It hates them so much. I mean, I don't blame it. They are 30 meters, but I'll be in Rockaway during the eclipse. I mean, Rockaway Beach is only like a couple hours drive from here. Good God, that engine does not like that curve. Holy schmoly. I'm in St. Louis. They have lots of steam engines on display, including a highly overrated big boy. I remember somebody else in the Discord is also in St. Louis, and we looked at the Transportation Museum. They have like a tiny radius loop over there. It's really funny. If I was an engineer running the Musk around those curves, I'd have to change my overalls to the next station. Oh no, I'd have to change them immediately, man. Could you imagine rocking back and forth like that? I know they hairpin an electric tram. That might be it. Because the curve there looked like it was like 10-meter radius. No, okay, maybe not that sharp, but maybe 30 meters? It was dinky. It was so absurd. It was definitely below 40-meter radius. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. They have a ton of locomotives at the St. Louis Museum, but the majority of them are so crammed into like 2 pole barns that it's actually hard to get a good look at them. Oof. Right, so Dak is down here, and apparently Dak is having problems being able to talk in chat, so I'm gonna have to be slow as I roll into town. Just for safety's sake. Oh, never mind. Dak's not even down here right now because Dak is restarting his computer because the problem has been pretty problematic, apparently. That is true. Wish they had more lanes, but the UP owns the track right next to them, so you're crammed right next to them. I mean, they could maybe make more expand. Like, they've got a pretty decent property, and most of it is a concrete waste yard. Because, of course, they need more car parking. Well, we've passed the 3-hour mark. Bets are still open. Bets are always open, whether or not you want to win them. I like money. Insert that clip of Mr. Krabs. That is a lot of money, Mad Waffle. Bud Night Daylight. Could you imagine? Instead of Midnight Daylight. I'll consider that bet. Stirbucks, everybody. Start betting your money. Alright, so... somebody want to check the map and tell me what leg of the Y the Glenbrook and the passenger train are on? Right leg. Yeah, I guess I can barely see it through the trees. I'll take it only if Stir gets to keep the cash. I just want to be smug when I win. Yep, there is the train. Alright, step number 1. Throw this switch. Step number 2, the passenger train is in an incorrect location. So with interesting marker lights, that needs to be moved. Unfortunately, she's got steam in her. Wellness check. Have you eaten and or hydrated? Yes. I made sure... See, the thing is, because I stream on Sundays, I have a very consistent meal schedule. Because on Saturdays is always pizza night. And so because of that... Hold on. How much did we overshoot? All the way down to 60. Jeez. Because Saturday is always pizza night, we just freeze like half the pizza, and in the morning I just microwave it. And so I always have very easy breakfast, and I'm always well fed before the stream begins. Hydration, on the other hand, so one of the things about hydration is I cough a lot. And to stop myself from coughing on stream, I will drink water. I take like a little sip, and that reduces my urge to cough. And so it keeps me from just spamming chat with the occasional hack. Hello, Zveers. Welcome to stream. Alright, handbrake. Handbrake. Link. And I think we're going to be able to put away the Glenbrook on this fuel. Should be able to. Now, there are some cars ahead of me. I might die. If I bonk into them too hard. So that derailment thing might happen. We are going to take it slow. Donk. Water has a taste? Yeah, of course it does. I I remember I went to Grand Rapids, Michigan once, and the water tasted horrible compared to the stuff we have here in Portland, Oregon. I am very short. I keep forgetting some of this early equipment doesn't have bumpers or couplers on the front. Well, there is a pin, there is a way to link to the stuff, but I'm not linking to it. I'm just trying to move it out of the way so that I can access the turntable. You live in Portland, Oregon as well? Yes. It's been my home for 22 and a half years. Actually, over 22 and a half years. It sums up Grand Rapids as a whole. I liked Grand Rapids. It was fun. We got to see Art fight, hung out with family, had a great reunion. I didn't get vertigo from going into the museum this time. Mostly because I didn't go to the museum because I came down with COVID on the train ride. That was fun. Overshot. That was a very unfortunate time to get my first bout of COVID. 10-mile time? Not yet. Soon. But not quite. Sink water is absolutely disgusting. Oh, we drink straight from the tap here in Portland. Left to do some cleaning and my dog was begging for a taste of Windex. I love him, but he ain't the brightest. Oof. You could live in Flint. Yeah, I don't live in Flint, and I am very grateful I don't live in Flint. I'm surprised that that's still a problem. Is it still a problem? I've heard it is. Like, it's been years. How have you not fixed it? How hard is it to do one thing? Man, I just tried to skip this like it was a video. Quality of tap water in Eastern Oregon is unmatched. Man, Portland's water is basically the same. There's nothing special to it. You get water, you be happy. As a Michigander, I can say yes, it's still a problem. Oof. That sucks. Doggo Dumbo. Find a lot of Northwest cities have nice water. I'm up in Vancouver and ours is nice. I'm trying to remember if I drank tap water. See, I did. Maybe I didn't drink tap water. I know I drank out of a drinking fountain a couple of times and it was pretty good. But it's not really tap. Alright, those two handbrakes are on. Donk. Well, that's one way to make sure it doesn't derail. Okay, game. Sure. You do you, I guess. I'm clipping that. Some of my friends who work and live on farms drink straight well water. Oof. Washington and Oregon's tap water is about the same quality. The biggest factor in taste is filtration systems. Let's go. I got $15 million. I would say, you didn't. The train actually needs to derail and stay derailed. There's a difference between a minor mishap and we had to get out the re-rail tool. Because if we didn't have to get out the re-rail tool, did it really derail? You went to water for the win. You got yourself a water gun? What are you gonna do with that? I've played Splatoon. In the dirt is in the dirt? Exactly, but we didn't go in the dirt. We barely left the tracks. We were in the air. And then we weren't in the air. You into water. Yes, exactly. I probably should have explained what we're doing here. I'm rearranging the cars so that we have a train that's ready to roll. Again, we are playing by the Steel Pegasus rule set. So I cannot just bring literally any car with me. So I'm having to cut down my train to 8 cars in length, and so I'm rearranging the cars in a specific order to make it work. Shunting work isn't glamorous, but it's a critical task. Exactly. Especially with the rules. Have you ever been to Utah? Nope. Have you run crude oil recently? Oil barrel? No, you said crude oil. Why would it be oil barrels? Yes. Not on stream, but recently in the playthrough, I did run crude oil last night. But tender engines don't shunt. On this railroad, they do. Because it's all we got, and it's all we're ever going to get. Oh great, I didn't make it. Alright, unlink, relink, no link, I can smell the unnecessary Thomas quotes from a mile away. We need a tender 060 in this game. I think that would be a nice addition. There's one that they had on the old roadmap that I would love to see. It was the Bell Gap 060. It wasn't very powerful. It's weaker than the Eureka. Or it's about as strong as the Eureka. Weaker than the Glenbrook. But it's just this nice little 060. It looks a little bit dinky and a little short, but it's a cute engine, and if you're trying to really go for the narrow gauge early days theming, it would be a beautiful engine. And from what I've heard, yeah, exactly, and they supposedly have it modeled too. I've heard that. Of course, there's probably more elements to it because they have to actually model multiple paint jobs on it. They have to get the text centered, get the hitboxes set up, make it so it operates in game, figure out its statistics, etc., etc. But that would be a very cute addition to the game. You could use the Montezuma. Montezuma is so weak. It's kind of pathetic. I think it's what it would be great for shunting as well. I think it's what the Class 35 was before the DNRG touched it. I believe it is too. I'm not sure, of course, but model multiple paint jobs, stares in Mosca. Stares at the Class 48. Montezuma should be all speed with little power. Exactly. I feel like that engine should be able to go 27 miles an hour. Because it's so weak that it can barely handle cars on 2% grades. And for some reason, its max speed is 16 miles an hour. Which is just pathetic. They really need to modify that engine to make it a little more viable, in my opinion. Hello, Jace. Hello, Rolston. Welcome to the stream. Mixed train? Yeah, we're running on the Central Atlantic and Union, which follows the Steel Pegasus rule set, which requires that you run mixed trains. It's pretty fun. I like it. It's good. We have a Lincoln pin. Right, I set the Lincoln pin back there, didn't I? She does 40-inch drivers. The Eureka does as well, as the Mosca. Well, the Cook 280 and Tweetsy have 38-inch drivers. Doesn't the Glenbrook also have massive drivers? Overall, though, for looking at game logic, I would rather focus on making the game more interesting than more realistic, personally. Gruesome fact, the fireman's shelter would get crushed between the tender and the back head of the boiler and be literally grilled to death. Oof. Long mixed train here looks more than 8 cars. Yeah, it is more than 8 cars because we're doing shunting. We're not actually running on the main. we're putting away the back 3 cars, and then then the train's done and ready to roll. I have no more crave for realism in this game. I just want some semblance of consistency with a few exceptions. Alright, I think we're clear of the switch back there. I hope we're clear of the switch back here. We are very much not clear of the switch back here. Okay, handbrake on, handbrake on. We'll just give this a little shove after linking it, turning off these 2 handbrakes. There's a reason the USRA outlawed camelbacks after 1918. RIP. Just started a Steel Pegasus run with a buddy of mine today on the default map. About to build a yard for future-proofing next time we get it. Future-proofed yards, I mean, you're only ever going to have 30 cars on the map, so future-proofing for yards is, like, super easy to do. Alright, we are absolutely clear of the switch. And yet we somehow have 3 still around. Thankfully, none run. I think I've seen 2 of them. Alright, they're at the B&O Rare Museum, right? There's one with a really old-timey cab. Which might have not really been a camelback, actually. It might have been a surveyor's loco, or whatever those things are called. And then there's another one that is absolutely, factually a camelback. One of those is an 040 switcher with a slope back tender, Reading, if I remember correctly. Oof. Gotta head out. Alright, Mateo, have a good day. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Reading 1187. Last camelback to operate, it ran at Strasbourg, and could have run longer if they had the right coal. I've been to the Strasbourg before. So, hold on, phone. What new notification do I have? $11.87 is at the Age of Steam Roundhouse currently. The reason camelbacks were a thing is because the railroads wanted to use cheap, low-grade anthracite coal that needed a very wide firebox to work effectively. Just got a Temu ad. Oof. It was only a matter of time. Cost them $53.28 to make the ad. It said in small text at the bottom. Oh, that's not aligned. Still isn't aligned. There we go. It would have cost them $0.00 for them to not make it, but here we are. From what I've heard, it's very similar to Wish, in that the referral links are how they really get their money, by getting more people interested in buying in. Dak, I have checked. You do not seem to have been shadow banned for one, or at least not on the channel. I cannot actually check if YouTube's done anything, but I have no clue why your messages are not showing up right now, but I really do not want to do that idea. I will explain why after the stream is over. And the stream is going to end within, like, not too long a time anyways. I'm only going to do one more run and then I'm going to call it quits. Speaking of which, for this final run, I think we'll be able to do something fun. Potentially. It keeps looking like it disappears. But this car is still on the tracks. Albeit it does not look happy about its current situation. In fact, it very much isn't. It's so unhappy that it derailed the locomotive in the process. That should have derailed it. Weird. Flat car rebellion. Blaming that one on the game. 15 million more. You haven't earned a single dime, my boy. If we're counting from real money, you would have had to place the bet, which you didn't, first of all. Second of all, for counting fake money, these don't count as derailments for the fake money circumstances. I was kidding, but okay. I'm just always going to refute anybody who's like, wow, derail, pee in a cup, whenever the game is clearly at fault for it, because reasons. And bonk. Did I set a second handbrake on this? I didn't. I don't know if I set the switch back there. I did. Okay. This man above me, fish reacting. Still a P cup? Yeah, but not for me. Not for anybody who's actually playing, just for the coding in this game. This game once made my 10 mile to a 90-degree turn on straight level track. Nice. Linked. Handbrake off. Round the Y we go. And you know what? To make things more exciting, we're actually going to do something we have never done before. We have a snowplow. And I think I just derailed it. Yep. That one's on me. Kind of. Do the stock cars have a green paint job? If so, you should buy one and name them Limes. They do have a green paint job. Fact is, though, this map, we're not allowed to buy more cars with one exception. I am willing to buy cars for patron supporters. Or, not really patron, but... Can I... There we go. Pin. Ko-Fi supporters, YouTube members, if they want to have a vanity car that is never actually operated, but is just sitting on a spur to look cool, we put them there. And we currently have 6 vanity cars. 3 of my own, 3 from subscribers. Somebody quick. I hit the wrong button. I was trying to speed the train up and not to send it into forwards. Whoops. Oh well, not the end of the world. Sadly, all my stuff is 3-rail. RIP. Isn't like there's some way, though, that some kits can be changed from 2 to 3 or from 3 to 2? Like, I'm no expert on this, but I feel like I've seen something like that before. If I wasn't broke, you'd have a vanity car courtesy of the Atlanta and Smyrna Southern. Don't worry, we already have the Appalachian Railroad Southern Engineers. I think MTH has those. Yeah, exactly. Just Dremel a slot. The third wheel is for power. You can't just Dremel in a slot and be like, oh yeah, it'll work now. You actually have to wire the engine. Anyone like Markland model trains? Most people in the US here don't do Markland. Markland is mostly Z-gauge around here. Or exotic equipment. So it's not really that popular. I know there's instructions on the OGR forum. Haven't seen a kit for less than $250. $250 for a kit isn't too bad. If I recall correctly, they tend to mostly focus on European equipment and scenery as well. Yes, because they're like a German manufacturer or something like that. You're running up on the 4-hour mark. Oh god. Well, thank goodness we're only doing one last journey. Actually, wait a minute. Can this? Yes, I want that. I can just teleport across the river and get straight into the locomotive. Considering I've spent up to $1,300 on a single locomotive, dude, that's how much a new PC would cost. Oh my god. Gotta go. If the stream, or the stream will be over, not if the stream will be over. Cheers, TK. Have a good one. See you around, probably next week. Because even though I'm not making a video this week, I am definitely streaming still. Because streams are good. Oh, why is the Muska sitting on the turntable still? I thought I sent her backwards. You played or heard of Rolling Line? Did I not mention in the video yesterday that I was thinking... I know I mentioned... Or today, sorry. Today's video. I know I mentioned I was considering getting a VR headset to play Derail Valley for that stream-a-thon in July or whatever. Of course, that's going to take money, which I don't have right now. But... with that said and done, I have to check what I need to load real quick, actually. Give me a moment. Okay, so we can definitely do lumber. We need beams down here. So... lumber, beams, rails? No, we'll just do lumber, beams, for simplicity's sake. What was I saying? I was talking about Rolling Line or something like that? VR headset. Thinking of buying the game and playing it for the first time live on stream. Man, now I'm thinking about maybe trying to get a cheaper graphics card and getting a cheap VR headset instead. But at the same time, I really do not trust Meta. And Meta is like the one company that offers cheap VR. I mean, HP offers relatively cheap stuff too, but dang potato phone. Alright, last run of the day. I don't want to overspeed on this curve, because I've derailed on it so many frickin' times. The stream still looks great. Good, good. Hopefully it sounds good, too. I had to redo the audio balancing for the game after the latest update. And I don't know how it sounds in videos or recordings. I haven't tried yet. Haven't checked. Audio is good. Perfect. Perfect. It's always kind of hard to tell, because when looking at our own things, a mirror gives us an inverted reflection of our success or failure, and a recording is a piece of history. Game's a bit quiet, but not sure if that's a bad thing. I can try and turn it up. Options, audio. Can I just set it to 50%? Thank you. Hopefully, I don't know if that's too much. I don't know if that's too little. Question mark? Forgot a caboose. We're going back down. How did we forget a caboose? Hold on. It's either derailed or something else. Oh, it did derail. Okay. Jump the tracks down at the sawmill. Whistle test? There's your whistle. It jumped the tracks at the end of the 30-meter curve. Of course it jumped the tracks there. Okay, we got no Lincoln pin. It defo derailed, I know you had it. Well, it could have also been uncoupled one way or another, I'm not sure. But here, it's very obvious it's derailed. It died. 100%. Because it is sitting on the tracks. Or off the tracks. It is in the dirt. And I have no clue how it happened. Because it's not actually on the 30-meter radius. It's on a switch where it derailed. Oh no, I can smell paint. That means my dad is either using latex paint indoors, or he's cooking a stew that I hate. Not because I hate the taste of it, but because I hate the smell of it. God. Why? Why must I suffer? Why? I legitimately hate this smell. With a burning passion. No, I might actually have to go investigate and cut the stream here because that is oh, this is so bad. It's not that the smell itself is bad, it's that there's something in the smell that actually causes me physical pain. So we'll fix the train here. We won't fix this mistake because I don't even know how that mistake happened. I mean, I guess it probably happened because we hit the bumper too hard. But, Yep, there's the caboose. Definitely derailed. What the? Excuse me? This is not the way we came from. Okay, the caboose probably derailed, started re-railing itself on the switch, but failed through the switch underneath itself and derailed even further. That is my assessment of the situation. Buzz off, random motorcyclist. We're gonna need another little burst. Tiny little shove. Alright, and with that, I'm gonna go figure out where that paint smell is coming from because it is problematic. And I should probably work on dinner. It's starting to become dinner time. Let me move the train forward a little bit though, just so it's not blocking the Y. Thank you all for joining today. I hope you all had a good time. I certainly did, as always. And hopefully I can get my master plans of the Minecraft server and the VR headset running someday. sometime soon. So see y'all around, probably next week on Sunday. And have a good one, folks. Cheers.